Ooh, yo. Unhappy is first. And on YouTube, Zachary Schneed is first. What it do, what it do, what it do. What is good? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, let's get it. We got to finish up Hell Fracture, putting together the gear already, and then blasting on that boy. All the pings in the Discord, baby. Only Discord pings. Only Discord pings. Mat stone. Well, that has to go there, obvi. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Soul shard. Hex. Skill tree. Ooh, actually. Uno momento. Or favor. Fracture. Whip. Okay. I still need an aspect here. This could be Tybalt's, but until then, are there any good affliction? Not affliction. What's it called? Oh, I guess I could fit a cursed touch. We'll figure it out. Damage reduction is really nice here. If I'm going to do damage reduction, I could just weaken and 20% DR. Let's play with this one for right now. Oh, the Warlock buffs, they are insane. Aloha. What up, truck? They're insane. They are bananas. Damage reduction, maximum life, sure. What else would I use? Oh, interesting. Right, and we were tempering. This is when I gave up last night. Just broken. When do I give up? What up, Jurastax? How you doing? 120 day streak is crazy, my guy. I think this is just broken, y'all. But I'm always averse to playing the main OP builds of any class. Yeah, there's a part of the human brain that either wants to be doing the best or dislikes the best strategy. There's something in the human brain that equates a value to not doing what you believe other things have value in. It almost certainly is part of our evolutionary traits that are the difference between, like, the same things that are the difference between, like, cooperation and subversion. Nothing will beat Blazing Scream. Oh, I don't even think Blazing Scream is the strongest build. Funnily enough, I think it's the tip of the iceberg of what we can do. Okay, that was fun. There we go. Put this away. Get this out of here. But yeah, the thing you're describing is something that is seen across. Why do I have so few ranks in them? There's no way I only have +7. Oh. That is also just wrong. What? What? Whoa. What? Fucking what? What just happened? Huh. Rodriguez, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. What class will I try after Warlock? Necromancer. Necromancer for sure. Not Nagu K. It's got to be Igni K. And I don't know, Tam Lack, I guess. Sure. Let's go. I also need a Ruck here. Need to level him up. I need to do a Paragon. Ugh. Due to the lack of on-screen clutter? I do not want to laugh, but this does sound like a joke. So I would just wait to hear whether or not that is a joke. Overmind, Greater Hex, Ritualism, Chaos. Overmind. Read again, typed clearly. Yes, it's a joke. Yeah, you're right. Fuck me for seeking clarity about somebody having seizures before engaging with the thing. You got me. You got me in one. But yes, visual clarity is difficult in this game, and I wish they would do something about it. I normally wouldn't take all of this additive damage, so I'm not going to. Pee-wee 1 has its problems for sure. What they announced at BlizzCon? It's gotta be a lot. It's not the next Diablo game. I can't stress enough. This game's running for 10 years minimum, with an expansion every 2 years if they can manage it. Seen Rob's version of Blaze Scream doing 150. No, they nerf this because it's way too OP. I mean, I like it, but it should be balanced. I just put out my video about Blazing Scream. They'll be doing 150. But no, I don't watch other people's content. But it is insane. But I think a couple things might be announced at BlizzCon. I think D1 Remake, I think expansion for Diablo 2 Resurrected is like almost a given. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a sneak peek at the next expansion. Maybe just like a cinematic or something like that for this game. Hexen overpower for sure. Here's where we would put, what is it? Fudge. You know Fudge? Unbound. Where are you? There you are. Big. Kind of care about that. I care about this, not really. I mean, it's not nothing. Leave that. I don't have that many more points. Greater Hex. Ritualism. Wait, do I even... This is chaos. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's Greater Hex and Ritualism. Can't really think of anything else it would be. Eldritch Sight is always easy. Empowered is also always easy. Sure. And then Ritualism. I'd like to be able to reach all of these if I could. So I need quite a few more points to be able to accomplish that. So I guess for right now, the answer is I cannot. This one is probably one of the least important. Sure. One, two, three. Need 3 points. One, two, 3. 3. 1, 2. No. 2. Sure. Good enough. I just need to level up my mercs real quick. Mercs having gear slots. I don't think... I have not seen anything that, like, really supports that as an idea. Because what does gear do to a mercenary when mercenaries can't die? Yo, what up, Blood? How you doing? But how much do you think they're going to nerf Blazing Scream? I have no idea.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Damn, my character is slow. My character cannot be this slow. That is not one of the options. Waning World, I guess? No, because I need the aspect slot. My pants could fit the aspect. Alright, hold on. Winning World could help a lot. My pants could fit the aspect. That's kind of like bare minimum needs to happen. Now let's revisit how all this works. Okay. So it is Shadow Form. Grants unhindered and any movement grants stealth but consumes stacks. Okay. Does not replace any skills unless Metamorphosis grants 4 Shadow Form stacks per second, and Abyss skills do not break its stealth while active. Great. Behind you. Shadow Form. Lose new stacks, Shadow Form, and hexes. My automatic attack should be hexing, and it is. Okay. What up, Thuru? How are you doing, Sephrodius? Right, I want them to be on my Sigil of Subversion trails whenever possible. So that dominates them at first. It also more than doubles my damage against them. Okay, we're figuring it out. Make Command Fallen build possibility? It already is. We have that build. It's called Lunatic. What build is recommended for Warlock next season? We won't know until post PTR notes. A lot of them are very, very strong right now. Is it easy play for someone with vision issues? Is it easy to play with vision issues? I'm not sure that I can speak to what is easy for vision issues, as I do not have vision issues. I'm sorry. I think Can you help me to better understand how I could quantify that for you? Yeah, no problem. No problem, kill myself. Unless that's not what your name stands for, in which case, I'm sorry for calling you that. Oh, and just running through does vulnerable. Is that how I'll get my vulnerable? Is through this, probably. Oh. Ooh, super lag. That was fun. You tested Ring of Royal Grandeur. What does it do? Have I tested Ring of Royal Grandeur? I don't think it's in the PTR. Is it in the PTR? It didn't come out as one of the uniques for the Warlock. Does anybody know? Has anybody seen the Royal Ring of Royal Grandeur? I might need... I might need the Command Fallen for Dominance Gen. Is Ring of Royal Grandeur being added? Stone of Jordan is being added. Can anybody confirm? I do not remember the list of ones we're supposed to be getting. I need Command Fallen, which stinks, but what can you do? No Ring of Royal Grandeur. Okay, there you go. So we're not actually going to be able to use Molten Bomb. I kind of think we don't need it either, to be honest. If I'm going to play this way, I definitely need more mobility. Why is my movement speed so low? Oh, does one of these reduce movement speed? It does. Do you have to aim at targets with Blazing Scream? Yes. Yep. It is an incredibly high accuracy requiring build to play the most effectively. You have to be able to like triangulate attacks so that they bounce in the right directions. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's no Ring of Royal Grandeur. Yeah, there's no Ring of Royal Grandeur. It was removed from the blog post. Ah, there you go. What was the change I was going to make? Dropping this one? Probably. We're gonna go with this. Yeah, they actually call that a Royale with cheese. That's true. Excuse me. Oh, I can't cast. Oh, because I haven't hit Balok recently. Okay. We win in this season? If you like the Warlock, yes, absolutely. If you like the Warlock, yes, absolutely, we are winning this season. I don't know why I'm... Oh, I have no Shadow Form stacks. Whoa, how did that happen? That was weird. Oh. Okay. 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 I don't even know where I would start putting points. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you'll test Eviscerate Dreadclaw. I will be. Eviscerate is clearly a very popular build. My major problem is that so many people asking me about it, and this is also the part of the human brain that does this. The moment that like 10 people ask me to do something that's not my immediate next step of what I wanted to do, my brain starts screaming at me that I can't do that thing. Which is unfair, but it is true. But yes, I will be testing everything. You do not have to have hopes. I will be testing all of it. When will you put the legacy uniques in the D4 planner? Well, I don't do anything, but the uniques are in the D4 planner. You have to set it to the PTR. PTR? Stono Jordan. But you did? Ingium. The furnace. Genosai. Control F5, maybe? Why are you not playing this build? Yeah. I mean, it sucks. It all feels bad all the time. Oh, I wanted to put attack speed here. It all feels bad all the time. 130? Meta builds often don't feel fun to play, which is very funny. Or rather, playing builds in the most meta way possible often does not feel fun, is a better way to put it. Damn. Let's change this up. Well, there can only be a meta. There's no such thing as multiple meta. So luckily, all builds can't be meta, because that's just not what meta means. But yes, I expect the Warlock to be powerful this season.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Too strong and way too strong? Sure. Why am I now just doing 0 damage? let's... First off, something about this build is like wildly messing with lag. It's like too many trigger actions or something. Let's start with figuring out what are we doing for damage. Somebody else was testing and then saw big numbers. Big numbers. Yo, what up, AoE? Hello, everybody from AoE stream. Hi. My name is MacroBioBoi, and we are testing out different setups on the old Warlock. We already put out a Blazing Scream build, because Blazing Scream fucks out loud. And that thing's already doing 150, so that's pretty awesome. Definitely won't make it that, it's not going to make it to live that way, but it'll probably be high 140s even without the things that I think will be nerfed. If not, still hitting 150 with like perfect sanctifications and stuff like that. But welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid. How is your testing going? Yeah, we're with all of our buffs up, it's like 200 trillion, but that's over 4 seconds. So that's 75% of the damage that we dealt. 200 trillion, 75% of the damage that we dealt. If 200 trillion is 75% of the damage that we dealt, that is 3/4 of a damage. So we're doing like 260 trillion-ish over that time. So it's 460 trillion. So it's about 100 trillion DPS. Barb is stronger than on live. What did I say, boys? The nerfs were nothing. Damage, despite hitting for big damage, is Warlock still clunky? I see you still have to stop and go with attacks. Every attack in this game you have to stop to cast, other than a small subset of mobility-based attacks. So if stopping to cast a skill is clunky, then every class is clunky. Evade builds and Whirlwind builds and Dance of Knife builds have ruined people's expectations of combat in the game, in my humble opinion. But this build explicitly wants to be stagger stepping to maintain full buffs on it, which is different than the class being clunky. What are the white trillion damage pops? Those are from the Abyssal Fragment. But if you haven't seen the Blazing Scream build that I posted on YouTube, I would highly recommend it. That's probably closer to what you're thinking about. This build in particular requires stagger stepping for max capacity. But like, this is a lot of time and energy for amount of damage that I think is a little bit not good enough. And I want to see what I'm doing wrong. Oh, right, a lot of our damage ramps. That is one of the problems here. Okay. Wait a minute, am I still dropping stealth? Why didn't I do more damage there? Hold on. I am. I'm dropping stealth even though demon form isn't dropped. Okay. I have stealth. I have stealth. I've dropped stealth, even though I still have demon form up. Huh. What's up with that? Oh, you have to stutter for Valak. Hmm. Hmm. On subversion trails. Um. I'm from Abyssal Fragment. Uh, Sorry, hold on. I'm writing up feedback. Could I change something about the build? Could I just arbitrarily add Profane Sentinel? No, I already can't cast. I already can't generate dominance. How would I generate dominance? Is this good enough? Well, I mean, it's got to be better than this for sure, right? Let's see. Let's see. Godin, thank you very much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Can you show Valak tooltip? Sure. What Warlock build am I expecting to be the strongest? I've tested 2. Blazing Scream is already doing 150s, so it's kind of harder. It's kind of hard to get stronger than that. Kills T12 Mephisto in 5 seconds. Did I try Dreadclaws? No. I've tried 2 builds. You're looking at me test the second build. My testing is a lot more in-depth than you might see kind of across the board, because I do just a lot. I don't really do vibes. I do like raw numbers. So I tested 1 build yesterday, and that was Blazing Scream. And now we're testing this build. Well, that's just it. I'm going to have multiple demons. So we go back to this, I guess. Dreadclaws is already an endgame build. You can already take it into like tier 120 at least. So Dreadclaws is very much not just a leveling build. $120 is not enough? Okay.
Curse this place.
What do you do in the game that needs to go higher than 120? Do they listen to PTR feedback? Of course they do. Yeah. The idea that we haven't given feedback about making the PTR more efficient is an incorrect understanding, or an incorrect assumption. And they have made it better in comparison to what it was previously, but they haven't put a lot of time and effort into further increasing its effectiveness. Well, rather, they have put in some. That is not to say they have done nothing, which would be inaccurate. I wonder if this is even working, actually. Yeah, 120 is enough to trivialize literally all content in the game. So if you need to do more than that, maybe it is an expectation problem. And not truly an issue with the builds that you are looking at. So what could I put here at first that would help me to solve this? Sure, damage over time, right? my best res shadow? Or you want to do 150? Yes, that is an unreasonable expectation to have, considering the developers have said that that is not the intention of balance in the game. So I would reset expectations, personally. Let's get rid of her here. Damn, that's all my life, dog. No, I have to have her here out to do this test. Alright, so that's all of my life. Oh no. No, I don't want you out. Go away. Okay. If no more than one of your demons has been alive for longer than 1 second. Why am I taking inconsistent amounts of damage? Let's swap to somebody else. That's all my life. $15K. I'm taking inconsistent amounts of damage. Why? This. Making enemy vulnerable is triggering it? Okay. Okay. We also need to... Why did I just lose life by changing a... $950. Okay. So it appears to be working. If Pit 150 is in the game, it would be strange to think. It's actually not strange at all. It's just missing the lens and the purpose. So when let's say every build could do pit tier 120. Some builds, depending on what the balance looks like season to season, might be able to edge that out. And then in addition to that, like super geared out characters might get like 2 or 3 higher. How many higher pit tiers the build can do based off of how good your gear is isn't like differently more valuable other than a leaderboard, right? But it's able to show the difference between them. If everybody can do a 150, you actually can't really get a good measurement on class balance, not in a meaningful way. But not only that, when they add power into the game, like they're adding with these splinters, you can't feel that power. If you can do the highest possible tier of scaled damage and life on a monster, putting on a splinter that lets you do nothing else different actually wouldn't impact your character. So it's actually only logical for there to be a content type that we can race in a leaderboard where we can't reach the end realistically, even with borrowed power, so that you can both A, feel that borrowed power in the game, B, see the differences between classes and builds and be able to get better heuristics on like what kind of changes are necessary, but also allow people to build into it as power is inevitably added to the game. A thing existing does not mean that you need to be able to accomplish it or should expect to be able to accomplish it. Trillionaires exist in the world. You do not expect to become a trillionaire. People race in the Daytona 500. I do not expect to drive over 100 miles an hour in my Civic. The logic that leads to it exists, I must be able to do it in the game, ignores the value of not being able to do it and why that is important. I think you enjoyed if the devs implemented an official Pit 100 speedrun leaderboard. Not particularly, no. All competent builds can do like a Pit 100 in like a minute or 2 minutes, so the difference would be seconds. Do you plan on trying any paladin builds? I am not, no. So this is working. Let's see if this is enough. Yeah. And again, it's also perfectly fine to want to do a thing that the devs have said they do not intend for people to be able to do, but it is not logical to then... It is not logical. It is just, I just want it. But attempting to argue logic on it doesn't really hold up. Ooh. I shouldn't even be like vaguely taking damage. Alright, I'm surviving those. I need like Dark Prison. Why am I just doing negative damage? Why negative damage? Mm-hmm. What about SOJ plus damage armor instead of Ring of Starless Skies plus legendary armor? What is damage armor? The new armor? The one that says if you haven't taken damage? Because we are like regularly taking damage. Do splinters work? Splinters work. They worked yesterday too. Barrier keep the buff up? Yeah, but we don't generate enough barrier often enough on the build. The only barrier that we generate is from K, and that's to buy us a buffer. If you're talking about Crown of King Leoric, that is bugged. Okay, I can do some math here. 100, 188, 212, 243. 243 and a 50 to this, multiplied by 0.61. Acid Player, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Sorry, I'm in the middle of doing some math very quickly. So give me just a moment. The 58% multi. So we could already this. RC is 14. Each different occult skill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sure. Okay, we could try this. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, my name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer and Warlock class lead for Maxroll. We are testing out a Hellfracture build. We tested out Blazing Scream yesterday. The video out on it. It is very, 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 very strong. Have I become faster at the 120? Know if Eviscerate will be good this season? I haven't tested it yet. I assume it will be. They added a lot of power to it. Like, I should now be cruising through this, right? The set Paragon to 200 boost was not working for you? I'm not exactly sure what that could mean. What did not work? Heavy nerf Blazing Scream. I don't know what they'll do for balance. I don't think any builds will be realistically doing 150s in the upcoming season, but yes, Blazing Scream is incredibly strong. I also put out my video about Blazing Scream. It's pretty cracked. Luckily, it is strong even without the Black Soul Stone, and I think the Black Soul Stone is what is going to get nerfed because it's fucking absolutely insane. Yeah, I played it. The Black Soul Stone with Sadistic on your boots is what? It's a 26x damage. Pretty good. Didn't set your Paragon to 200. I don't know how that would be possible. Did it unlock everything else it was supposed to, or did nothing happen? This is very visually pleasing. Oh, I love Hell Fracture. My big issue is that to play it doing the most damage possible, I think is about to become very tedious. Nothing happened? Okay. Are you... Like, did you load up your characters from before and have you, like, skipped the campaign? If you clicked Mrak and nothing happened, then something very weird is going on. But I don't know what would cause that. I'm sorry, I cannot IT this for you. It's definitely not just PTR things. If clicking Mrak just didn't work, there would be an uproar right now. So I do believe this is user error. Great do bro today. What am I doing later? That's such a great question. I am just, you know, just testing stuff. What is Blackstone? The Black Soul Stone? It is the Black Soul Stone says you do more damage based off enemies that have died, and you take more damage. isn't specifically a Warlock item. It is not. Thank you for the lurk, Young Van. Oh, what's happening? Like, I must be doing something wrong. You didn't see my most recent YouTube clip? Mind sending me a link? I don't just have the links off, like, the top of my head. It would just be my most recent video on YouTube. This would involve one of us going to YouTube to go watch the video to get the link regardless. So I don't think it's super efficient for me to go do that. Am I 5? Thank you, Himbo. Who was the original creator of Blazing Screen build? The Diablo 4 developers? I think dexterity stacking builds would be something with that focus. No, I do not. We actually can't get dexterity on the Warlock. It's our, like, negative stat in Paragon. Your Paragon has 4 stats. Your primary stat, your off stats, and then the stat that has minimum nodes in it. I don't get it. Hmm. That's the thought that counts. That is the thought that counts. Hmm. Hmm. So I'm thinking about a couple different things. I'm thinking about... I'm thinking about the shadow res aspect over Starless Skies. Think about the fact that this build really doesn't have like any damage scaling from the gems that it can gain access to. Which is kind of funny. Maybe that just means that we manage survivability through the gems. Like, I'm doing vulnerable through the gems right now, which is like kind of good enough. Hey, dude. $225 trillion DPS mean, oh my god. Let's try a few other things. More difficulty tiers up to 150 with bonuses like higher chance of GA on an item. Giga DPS, Giga Survival, that's what we like to see. I would like this build to be doing like 10 to 100 exits current damage, which I'm not going to realistically get to, but I do think we could try some stuff. Like, there's no damage scaling available in the splinters for this build, because we are a high crit chance build. I do think randomly spamming my other skills just to get slightly higher output on occult ain't it. Where's my shadow? How is my shadow res so low? How's my shadow res so low? What do these give? This res, fire res, light res. How is my fire res so high in comparison? How much playtesting did you do? This is day 2. I thought my shadow res was going to be huge. Oh, the plus 50% shadow res probably goes into all of the other additive. So this plus 50 is like almost nothing then. 0.3, 4.5. Nine. $13.5. 18.5. 28. I did a little bit expect that to be a bonus. Hours? I've done 12 hours-ish of testing. Somewhere around there. What are we commenting on, Himbo? Why are we giving feedback to Himbo? About tone? Yeah, let's just get a different ring. Wouldn't there be a nice hardcore warlock build popping up from this testing?
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
Young Van, I don't I don't know what we're talking about. Please do not attempt to police the tone of people who are not asking for feedback on their tone.
It's hey, and oh nice, a legendary, nice. Next one will be even better.
I mean, yeah. Like, I want this thing to say crit damage and attack speed and vuln.
And it's a legendary prize. It's worth hey. Well done, you.
I want to say attack speed, crit multi, vuln multi, shadow damage multi, if I could.
And hey, well done, you.
We'll just go craft on this thing and see where we get. Oh shit. Add attack. Okay. Focus reroll. Oh, I didn't do it. Ah. I missed. I missed. It's kind of good enough. White. Remove affix. Defense. Okay. Add affix this. Okay, let's save our crit multi. God. Add affix. Yeah, those are the opposite of what I want, actually.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Focus reroll. Let's actually remove this. And then focused reroll this. That's pretty good. Add affix. Or add affix. Fucking, I'll take it. Focused reroll this. Sure. Okay. What would my next half XP here. Probably duelist. Probably duelist. Let's do that. Let's do cooldown. Let's masterwork it. On the crit multi. Nice. This is like a fairly large increase in damage over this. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Then we're gonna have 69 nice increased attack speed. Nice hardcore warlock build. Well, builds aren't different in hardcore versus softcore. You just have to like overbuild into survivability. So in that regard, there already have been. Let's see how this feels. Let's go back to the 130. Oh yeah, dude, there is something weird. Something very weird is happening. And I can't put my fingers on it. Okay. Alright. I've figured it out. Okay. Let's try that again. Try that one more again. Something very weird is happening. One, I feel like I'm not actually gaining stealth when I should be. I'm not. Oh, okay, because I lost all my stacks. Yeah, I'm not getting stealth in between these. I have to, like, just move further. These boys are unstoppable. Okay. I'm just gonna very quickly exit out because some of my feedback is based on my character file. I'm not sure if they can grab that or not. I'm like this build should be doing like 3x at least what it was doing before. And it's just not. And I don't know why. Like in a 125, like, yeah, I'm not killing everything the fastest, but like we are going. And then 5 tiers later, and I'm just not doing damage straight up. And I don't know how that's possible. it makes me think I'm doing something wrong, which can be true. But I don't know what I'm... But how would I know what I'm doing wrong? How does one decide what they are doing wrong? Also, shouts to everybody hanging out right now. I really appreciate y'all being here. If you're watching over on YouTube, because apparently, like, this is a thing. If you could like the stream, that would help me out a lot. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, if you could do that, that would be fucking tops. Oh, that's part of it. Hold on. Did I just have the wrong fucking thing in? Hold on. Cute cat focus. Yeah. Although it is like pretty like wild to think like, oh yeah, you know, the cat focus. I'm not gaining stealth. There it is. What was that? Alright, we have to review the beginning of this clip. Something very weird is happening. Where I'm not gaining stealth where I should be. That effect's really cool. I need to, like... Okay. How do I replicate this? Because it's not happening like every pack. Moving on. Oh yeah, there we go. That's a good. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I'm just going to show you everything that we have active. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I assume it's the hitting things is vulnerable application, maybe. Also, it would be just so cool if monsters didn't aggro on us after we died. It could be like number of attempts to determine overpower stack loss, maybe. I'm not too sure. Word. Mercenary. The other one too. Hemat and Harash. Hemat and Harash. And Harash. Harash. I need to upload this to show off the thing. Is your bulwark pulling you out of stealth? I had the issue every time it was cast, it pulled me from stealth. Had to change your runes. That's fixed in the PTR. The actual issue that I'm running into is that there's a minimum... there's like a minimum amount of time that you must be moving and not attacking to regain stealth. And since we... And I have overcommitted... I believe I've overcommitted to cooldown reduction. We still have 11 seconds of cooldown on Metamorphosis, which doesn't start until Metamorphosis is over. So 33% of the time you just won't have stealth. Not only that, you have to stutter step after casting Valak to regain stealth, because it's not an Abyss skill. Dark Prison also isn't an Abyss skill. So we live in this world where 33% of the time you have to be stutter stepping, and of the 66% of the rest of the time, you still have to stutter step every once in a while. And if you don't regain stealth, a thing you can't see in combat realistically, you will have this like rolling period of not having gained stealth again. All right. I feel like I have to like go into the planner and see what this like how much damage. I don't think I'm really gonna make it much further. I should get an idea of how long it takes to kill bosses, because it should do best on bosses. Also, like, this just isn't hitting live like this. There's just no way that it does. 14 times 17 times 2. So it's 34 times 14 is 340. Is 460-ish, so it's like a 5.6 multi here. This is just not hitting live at this value, and it's making it like I can't kill trash mobs, which is kind of funny. It's like I also don't think this number is going to look like this in live. This is definitely better, but not by much. And it sucks playing with this. Yo, what up, Robert? Thank you very much for hanging out. All right, let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. And I kind of want to like look at the planner right now, just get a sense of like where my gear is at, and then try to imagine what this looks like with better gear. But I was expecting this to do significantly more damage, and that's not what I'm experiencing. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you for the likes on the stream. Be right back. I zigged before I zagged. Yeah, basically. So, like, look at how hard it is to see info here. being very good. My dog is being adorable, everybody. Everybody, my dog is being adorable. It's Penny. Yeah, good girl, baby. Here you go. This is yours. You can have it. Look. Take it. Take the calm. Alright. I'm positive I'm doing something wrong. So, let's, like, look at everything. Okay. What would Waning World afford me? Nothing. Tortured wretch. Huh. Want to see outside? Sorry. And I'm missing 1, 4, 5. 5 plus skills. If these were all Abyss as opposed to Occult. What you looking at? What you looking at, Miss Ma'am? Yeah, if they were all Abyss as opposed to Occult, we would gain more skill ranks here. Not that much, but like a little bit. Excuse me. I don't really know how I would make this stronger. Without just like tanking it into the ground. So like, yeah, like GAs and stuff, Sanctification or Transfigure, sure. I could drop crit chance everywhere, which get me Vuln multi, right?
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
So it's like I could have Vuln multi here. Crit multi here. So without Sanctification, gear looks like another like 2x damage. I'm missing like another like 30% from skill ranks. My charm is pretty fucking hyphy. This is going to be a little bit stronger. I assume this is going to be weaker. Then what am I just doing wrong? Right? Obviously, we're missing Paragon. Like a single roll of all stats would net us a huge amount. How? Just how? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go look at, like, Mephisto. Bangul.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? You impetuous fool!
I'm very excited to not have demon form against this last part. Yo, what up, doctor? How you doing? Oh, that can get me there. All right.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? You impetuous fool!
That's lame. Oh, that's fun.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? You impetuous fool!
Alright, hell yeah, brother. We're gonna lose demon form. Let's go. Very exciting. Wait up.
You can do nothing. I plucked you from the wilderness, shivering in the dark.
It doesn't... Your attacks, like, stop reaching him when he's in the middle like that, so that's very cool. So... Warlock builds. Health Fracture. Abyss. Without Soulstone. 30-second, T12 Mephisto. 130. Uh, 6 out of 10 gear. I was really expecting it to do more, but like I think that's just kind of where I have to leave it. I'm gonna go crazy trying to figure out something else. Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring? From creation, destruction.
What a tab? How we doing? Guess I'll do a quick. Well, I need to get footage. Yeah, so hold on. T12, Mephisto, Abyss, L Fracture. Igni. Nikkei. And it was like Tam, Lack. And I was running Crit Chance. I was running DR. I was running You Are Unhindered. Maybe I wasn't running DR. Maybe I was just running Max Life. Are we doing Obsidian? And then if I can get a 130 down, I would like to. I'm... Oh, I'm just straight up not getting stealth. What was up with that? What was that? Okay, so here, I have everything up. I get stealth. I have demon form up. I'm getting stealth. I'm getting stealth. Getting stealth. I regain stealth. All of a sudden, it felt like my damage had fallen off a cliff. I'm getting stealth. I have stealth. I have stealth. Now demon form drops, so I should have to move for my stealth. And I am. And I have it. I'm trying to stagger step to get it. I still have Shadow Form stacks. I'm not getting stealth while moving. I cast demon form, and I'm still not getting stealth. Casting Valak gets me stealth. What the fuck? So here's the stealth icon. Got home, read what happened in the Discord in the testing area with freeze CC duration is interesting. It is, yeah. Weeks ago in your video, can casuals farm mythics now? Results. Has the drop rate been changed? Lord V. Lord V. Who is Lord V? Varshan? This included Nemesis portal drops. Are you running Nemesis portal and getting Nemesis portals? Okay. Have their drop rates changed? No. In fact, drop rates have only gone up, but most notably for the new boss. She drops a mythic like every other kill or every like third kill. So no drops after 30 kills. Not getting a mythic drop after 30 kills is like a very typical. Like you should expect to kill them about like 50 times to get a mythic drop typically. And even then it's still RNG. I don't know that it was 1 in 6 kills. In fact, I'm positive it wasn't 1 in 6 kills. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I'm just gonna go look at my data. Yeah, my per run chance of seeing a mythic was 8.3%. So I'm not exactly sure where you got 1 in 6 kills. But it's in less than 10% of the time. But that included Nemesis layers and greater Nemesis layers. And the Belials that spawned. But the best mythic drop rate is from the new boss, the Reaper. So this is my stealth. I have stealth up. I dropped demon form, so you'll see stealth will pop up every once in a while because I have to stagger step and cast to regain stealth. You'll see I just had stealth for a second, and this is functioning as you would expect it to. I'm just not stagger stepping far enough is the problem. But then I bring up demon form again, and I move, and I have not regained stealth. Okay. Must we start from level 1 on PTR? Nope, you click on Mrak, and you boost your character. Mrak is a little dancing gremlin in the town you're in. And Timus, he's up here. I have Shadow Form stacks. I have Metamorphosis up. I am not gaining stealth. And I don't gain the stealth until I click Valok again. So that's 55 seconds in. I have stealth. Demon form is running out. Demon form has run out, so I will get stealth when I successfully stutter step. I'm not successfully stutter stepping the majority of this time. I'm also not gaining stealth though. Even when I am stutter stepping. Oh, I can see it very quickly. I click on demon form. I'm no longer gaining stealth. Something is wrong with the build. Is your Zenith Paladin build still doable this season? Probably. I haven't played it this season. But I assume it'll work. very weird bugs with stealth and keeping up buffs. Okay. Let's go get a 125. We'll record this. I'll do a quick video on it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting stealth. What is happening? There's stealth. Why will this man not die? I'm over it. I'm doing so much more damage when they're dominated that I'm positive like something is wrong. Something very weird is happening. Yeah, I'm often failing to gain stealth. Until I've, like, clicked Valok. Like, it can't register that I'm supposed to have stealth for some reason. What are you gaining stealth? You gain stealth as long as you have shadow form stacks and you move. And I perpetually have shadow form stacks, basically. Valok doesn't gain stealth, actually. Valok doesn't engage with stealth in any way, shape, or form. That's why this is very confusing. Ooh.
Submit.
Another adventure done.
Okay, let's record it. Um, 125 Abyss, Hell Fracture. Okay. Now, normally I only just want to bring you the best of the best of the best, but I figured in this PTR it'd be better for me to just get my thoughts out on every build that I try so that people have those kinds of answers and they can at least know where my mind is at. In this video, we're going to be talking about Hell Fracture, a build that I expected to hit somewhere around like 135-ish, and I'm realistically going to hit around 130 in the pit on this build, and it's running into a lot of very weird, interesting issues. Now, funnily enough, I think that the relative power of the build is actually not that bad, and I expect some of these issues to be resolved, because at the very least, I've been able to get them into the hands of the devs very early on, so there's a non-0% chance that at least some of this is addressed. Let's hop into some gameplay footage, and let's talk about the build and why And let's hop into some gameplay and look at the parts of the build that I've changed in the PTR and I expect to see show up in my updated guide come next season. Hell Fracture was unironically my favorite Warlock build just due to the smoothness of play, but it turns out if you actually wanted to take its power up to the next level, you kind of had to get rid of all of that and make it one of the clunkiest builds to play. And obviously that's not super exciting for people, but a lot of changes have come to the various pieces of the build that were meant to address some of these things. But at the end of the day, we are dealing with a very finicky Shadow Form stealth combination that requires us to basically be stutter stepping perpetually to get the most out of this build possible. Now against a boss with all of our buffs up, we're doing somewhere around 100 trillion DPS with this build, which is obviously nothing to sneeze at. In fact, you could just very quickly see our kill against this T12 Mephisto there at the end. Don't really have to dodge altogether that much. We get him dead in less than 30 seconds. It's not bad. You'll also notice at one point while he's doing the weird little soul sucking into his tummy attack, the weird little Care Bear stare that he does, that for whatever reason my attack just doesn't reach him. That might be strictly a controller issue. So we definitely would have killed this guy faster. But basically they have added a new unique charm in the Hemat Stone, which means that we can fit that into our talisman, allowing us to effectively rock 2 Giga Chad strong level amulets, Night Terror and Hemat Stone together. And with the buffs to the Hemat Stone, I expected this build to absolutely catapult up the ranks. But with this mostly middling power 125 out of the way, let's go ahead and look at the gear, and then I'll explain the issues that we've been running into. Hell Fracture is an Occult and Abyss skill. When you use it with its unique weapon, it's going to fire off When you use it with its unique weapon, the Spine of Tathamet, every third attack is going to hit in an area. And basically this allows you to get multiple triggers of damage in a very wide swath of the battle area that you're in, whatever content that you're doing. But the build itself basically wants to be up close and personal. We're solving a lot of application of vulnerable, as well as basically keeping things on top of Sigil of Subversion trails for the most damage possible, and that basically requires you to be right on top of monsters. So to this end, we're using Crown of Lucian because Crown of Lucian basically goes on to every single build. Luckily, with Valok and the insane amount of resource gen that we get from him, plus 10.6x resource gen, we're able to manage Crown of Lucian even without Ring of Starless Skies. Add on Misanthropic. Misanthropic is a really powerful new aspect in that it's going to grant you up to 45% damage reduction while you only have 1 demon alive, and I have tested that it actually works even with your mercenaries alive. But on top of that, whenever you would take damage, you're going to gain dominance. This is actually a really important part of this build to be able to automate dominance gen, because before you had to use Command Fallen, and if you're using Command Fallen, you wouldn't be able to use Misanthropic in the first place. But basically, anytime that you take damage, which is kind of all the time, you're always going to have the dominance that you need to be able to cast Valok whenever you would need to. Survivability stats, Wrath Regen here are perfectly fine. The rune words that we're going with are Igni K for some additional barrier generation, and Tam Lack for a huge amount of damage reduction. On the gloves, you would want to... Now, in the season, we have a couple different splinters that are going to give us stats. So basically, we don't need crit chance anywhere, but before you had those, you would. On the gloves, you would want vulnerable damage multi, crit damage multi, and shadow damage multi. Crit chance if you need it, attack speed if you need it, or maximum life, and then willpower as a dump stat here. We're going with Heresy. Heresy will grant us 5 times 14 or 70% damage multiplication from running this on our gloves. Now, that being said, you could actually fit in another occult skill here and use the Waning World Boots to be able to gain access to Nether Step, and then it would be +1 on top of that. So it would actually be an 84% multiplier. If you didn't want to deal with this at all and you didn't have the crit chance, you could instead be running Calamity. Calamity would grant you 80% critical strike chance, which is a huge increase to damage if you're not going to be near crit capped without it. For the pants, just more survivability stats across the board. Juggernaut aspect here ends up being about a 33% damage reduction aspect when all things are said and told and calculated. Now that being said, there are just other ones that you could use off the rip. We're going to be fortifying all the time, so you could be using the fortified DR one. But I generally like Juggernauts. We also have Nether Step for mobility, so it's not like you need to be using your evade for anything. For the boots, again, we could be using Waning World to get Nether Step onto our evade, which does count as an occult skill that you could cast. And what that would mean is you would just either have to have Deeper Shadows, which we would actually like to have on our amulet, or Title, which we would like to have on our boots, moved up to the pants. You would lose out on damage, but you would gain mobility. For the boots, movement speed, movement speed, movement speed. We actually need a ton of this because even though we have Nether Step with multiple charges here, I quite frankly feel like this might be one of the slowest Warlock builds that we have. Like I said, Deeper Shadows would actually like to be up on the amulet, Title would like to be down on the boots, but I've run out of Coolium Prisms and we don't have any in the PTR. You have to farm them yourselves, which sucks. Spine of Tathmet obviously makes its way onto the build. Insane amount of damage here. You would like crit damage multi. You can go with willpower. I don't think that that's particularly useful. You end up with maximum life on here as well. We're going to be tempering on attack speed because we shouldn't need any critical strike chance at all. This is a shadow damage build, so we're going to be using amethysts. Night Terror is the first place that kind of informs the entirety of the rest of the build. Could have started here, I didn't. It says that your Abyss skills are going to deal increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form that you have. Now, you start off with a typical maximum of 6 Shadow Form stacks. With Deeper Shadows on your amulet, you can get all the way up to 15. So this would be 15 times 15 as a damage multiplier, and then that's doubled while you have Stealth. Shadow Form itself will give you Stealth as you move, and then after you attack, you'll drop Stealth. Moving again, and you can basically do this once every 0.5 seconds or so. There's actually a cooldown on how quickly you can gain stealth. If you notice, continuously stutter stepping causes a problem, but stepping for about a half second and then casting again doesn't. We have another way of gaining permanent stealth, which would actually be Metamorphosis. The C variant will make it so that we do not break stealth by casting Abyss skills. More on that later. But obviously this is like absolutely insane, right? So what is it? It's basically a 30% multi multiplied by 15, so a 5.5, actually a little bit more than that. It's like a 5.8-ish damage multiplier off some quick napkin math there. The amulet itself will come with Abyss ranks and willpower. If you need crit chance, you put it here. If you need attack speed, you'd put it here. But realistically, you would like critical strike damage and vulnerable damage. Again, you're going to be Coolium Prisming Deeper Shadows, but I currently have Title on here. And then the first splinter that we're using is increased crit chance and increased attack speed, but primary resource costs are increased. We have no resource issues on the build at all. So this basically just says 35% increased attack speed and crit chance if you didn't want to get any on any of your other stats. This is actually what allows us to eschew using Calamity altogether. I'm at 61% crit chance right now, and my gear is absolutely dog water. Now, funnily enough, this is kind of like the only splinter that could give us damage on this build. I wouldn't be surprised if people try to run the minus 100 crit chance, but then do double damage. But I think that realistically you would want to be critting on the build. It's one of the only ways to really scale the damage. So this one kind of solves that problem for you. For a secondary ring, I was originally using Starless Skies. I think that this would be fine, but I ended up going with Duelist on a ring. Just being able to get a ring like this is faster for me to get good stats on it. I would like attack speed, crit multi, vuln multi, and shadow damage multi. Duelist just works all the time. We're always using a one-handed weapon, and this ends up being a 65% damage multiplier. We're also running the increased maximum life splinter, which will reduce your maximum primary resource. So not only are we making our primary resource costs higher, but we're also reducing our primary resource. But with Valak, I still have 159 Wrath here, because Valak will bump up your maximum Wrath. So again, literally no problem. We're also using Eightfold Idol. When you have Shadow Form stacks from the 3-piece bonus on Harash's Shadow, as you move, you leave a sigil trail beneath you. Monsters within that sigil trail are dominated. Us running through them are going to apply vulnerable. And this also means that we get the damage scaler from this because our Abyss skills will do more damage while monsters are on Sigil of Subversion trails. This is an interesting little inclusion. You don't need to be using Blazing Scream at all. But this does mean that, again, the playstyle gets very, very sweaty very quickly. So if you didn't want to mess with this at all, you could just go ahead and throw Crushing on here for a 65% multi as opposed to a 2.04 times multi. And then lastly, for a focus, we're going with Overwhelming. The stats on the focus itself, we would want weapon damage for sure, crit multi, max life. You can get crit chance here if you needed it, and then tempering on more attack speed. Here's the thing with Overwhelming. Overwhelming says a 17% damage multiplier per overpower stack doubled against hexed targets, but this only works on elites. So this basically means that killing bosses and killing the really dangerous monsters in the content is going to go by super fast, and clearing out the trash is actually going to be weaker. That being said, you would typically only have like a 65% multi in an aspect slot, so it's like killing trash mobs 65% slower to be able to kill elite monsters significantly faster. This aspect alone is a 5.76 or a 476% damage multiplier against elites. Now, here's the only problem. This will not see live like this. I am just positive of it. This is wildly overtuned. A single aspect, even though it's niche, probably shouldn't say 5 extra damage on a one-hander, considering you could put this on a two-hander or on an amulet, depending on what your build looked like. This thing outperforms most mythics you could put onto almost any build in the game single-handedly. Now, I expect this to be lower, maybe like a 10% multi, but the big thing to take away from that is that I think that this build is underperforming my prior expectations, even with this thing equipped, which is kind of weird. Yes, the Cax rune has been gone for a bit now. Now we are using 5-piece Harash's Shadow. This is going to make it so that monsters in shadow form areas become dominated. Your Sigil of Subversion trails count as shadow form areas. A shadow form area is anywhere where if you stand in it, you gain shadow form stacks. So they're going to be dominated. Domination lasts for 7 seconds. This is even against elite monsters. If a monster is dominated, you do 2x damage against them. Staggered bosses also get this damage scalar against them, and we're able to stagger them pretty well. In addition to that, if you have Shadow Form, you're going to have 25% damage reduction. And then lastly, your Abyss skills are going to do 4.5 times damage. Now, you need to have Shadow Form for that to be the case, and it consumes a Shadow Form stack every time that you cast a skill. So what this basically means is that you need to be in a Shadow Form area to gain the Shadow Form stacks needed to offset these Shadow Form stack losses. In addition to that, though, something like Metamorphosis will just grant you Shadow Form stacks multiple times per second. So even at max attack speed, you kind of can't lose out on your Shadow Form stacks. But you'll notice that right now, I don't have that Sigil trail underneath you. You need to move to activate the Sigil trail, and it stays for a few seconds. But in addition to that, to be able to gain stealth outside of having Metamorphosis up, which you can't get 100% uptime on this, you also need to move in between each cast. So there's basically the playstyle is starter step, cast, starter step, cast, starter step, cast, starter step, cast, starter step, cast. This will make sure that monsters are on your Sigil trails, that you are constantly regaining stealth. While you have Metamorphosis up, the only thing you need to be aware of is that you will lose stealth if you were to cast any non-Abyss skills. This includes Valak, and this includes your Dark Prison. So you need to You need to move again to regain the stealth, which will then hold up as you have Metamorphosis running. The last payoff for all of this is using Hemat Stone as a unique charm. This will increase Valak's bonuses, the Ritual Shard itself's bonuses, and the Fragments bonuses, as well as grant you a damage scaler. Now this is slightly underperforming because it's not getting the mythic boost on the damage increase here, so this should be just a little bit more damage on that final number there. Your Ritualist Shard with the Hemat Stone, either as an amulet or as a charm, will grant you 10.5% multiplicative damage per overpower stack. We get 14 stacks. So this is 140 plus a bit more percent damage multiplier, or 2.4 just from this. Add on to that, it will also increase the area of occult skills. This includes your sigil. You might notice that my sigil is a bit bigger than your sigil. That is because of the benefit from the Ritualist Shard. Your Occult Abyss skills will apply Hex to enemies, and we don't care about the Hellfire part. For the Abyssal Fragment, we're using Hex stacks up to 4 times, so it goes from 3 up to 4, more Hex damage bonus, and different things that look to Hex stacks, like the Calamity aspect. But on top of that, at the end of 4 seconds, you will do 75% of all of the damage your Occult Abyss skills have done to that target. Now, it removes all Hex stacks, but our Occult Abyss skills apply 6 Hex stacks per attack. So that's not really a problem. They'll drop off for 1 second. You'll immediately reapply all of them. So what are the problems I've been having with the build? Well, most notable... Skill tree is fairly simple. We want as many occult skills as possible. This is what it looks like. This is an occult skill, although it's not an abyss skill. Another step for its mobility, obviously. Sigil of Subversion with the shadow form no longer loses stacks while you're moving on trails. So by generating a trail underneath you with the Harash bonus, you don't lose shadow form stacks while you move, while you have that going. So the moment that you have a shadow form stack, you basically have permanent shadow form stacks. And then lastly, Metamorphosis. We want more maximum life, we want reduced dominance cost, and then going with B variant. More skill ranks in Metamorphosis will increase the duration of this skill, but even with cooldown reduction on 3 pieces of gear, the cooldown on this is still 11 seconds. So you basically have a little bit less than 30% downtime on Metamorphosis, and during that time, you have to play sweatier. When you have Metamorphosis up, you just have to make sure to starter step whenever you would recast Valak or your Dark Prison to gain stealth, but then you basically have it up permanently. So what are the issues that I've been running into with the build? One, there's a very weird lag issue. I assume that one will get fixed almost immediately. Some combination of everything that I'm using here is applying a huge amount of like server requests. Like, I don't know if it's triggered effects. I don't know if it's coming from one of these, like touching an enemy makes them vulnerable, but after a certain number of touches, I become stunned, but I'm constantly pulling monsters all the time onto shadow form areas and off of shadow form areas. There's some weird combination of things here that I assume will be fixed walking out of the PTR. Next, there's a very weird stealth bug where I can't replicate it all the time, but for whatever reason, sometimes when you should be gaining stealth, you just aren't. And it's for extended periods of time until I cast a non-abyss skill and I'm able to get stealth again. So I've already put that into the hands of the developers as well. Hopefully that is one of the things that is contributing to how the build feels to pilot. Now, all of that being said, I do think that in adding this much more damage onto the build from dealing with shadow form stacks, from dealing with stealth procs and all of that, the build just feels clunky. Basically, the permanent movement of this build is making sure to cast all of your occult skills once at least every 14 seconds to keep all your heresy buffs up, and then constantly moving so that every 0.5 seconds while you don't have Metamorphosis up, you're able to regain stealth, and then while you have Metamorphosis up, then you will have permanent stealth and you can kind of stop moving, but you need to be starter stepping to bring your Sigil of Subversion trail under the target again, to not only have them in shadow form areas for the dominate, but to also be getting the damage bonus out of Eightfold Seal. And all of these things put together leads to a build that isn't doing 150 like Blazing Scream is. So the question becomes, why would you work this hard other than just liking the build? Now, I have racked my brain trying to figure out if I'm just missing something. And I've looked at everything again. I've looked at all my options again. You know, there are things like putting on the new Squirt's blouse, and then you would have a larger damage scaler, and sure, that would help out a little bit, but then you would take more damage, and the build already has some survivability issues at that high of a pit tier, so can you really afford that? We don't really generate barrier other than the K rune, so it's not like we can offset that permanently and never lose life. We want to be losing life, actually, to get the dominance gen that we would need to be able to use this aspect in the first place. If we weren't, we would have to be using a significantly lower survivability option for a DR bonus here. And at that point, we could put Command Fallen back onto the skill bar, but then they are like still fairly inconsistent with having enough dominance gen for permanent uptime on Valak. And also you would have to click that button all of the time in addition to everything else. They're also not an occult skill, so heresy wouldn't be as valuable. And it's just all these weird little things where I feel like where it is right now is where it should be, and what it outputs just kind of isn't good enough if what we're trying to do is get builds above pit tier 130. I'm not sure if we're trying to, and in fact, I would be fine if every build was only doing a 130, but then that would mean that a lot of other classes and a lot of other builds on the Warlock itself would need to be brought back down to earth. So I'm trying to push for this build either getting all these little issues that I brought up kind of addressed or reimagined as far as what these mechanics are meant to offer. And maybe it just turns out that like the whole Night Terror Shadow Form thing isn't really something for Abyss Hellfracture. But if that's the case, we really don't have other options. You just kind of have to do all of this. And if you don't do the added damage portions of it, you just do less damage. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not okay. I'm not exactly sure. But I just want to put this out there. These are the things I'm thinking about for the build. I could also imagine this where we kind of just drop this Night Terror altogether, like I have in the current version of the build. Don't even deal with any of this at all, and basically just run the Nameless set with Hemat Stone as the amulet, or Hemat Stone here, and then run Overwhelming on an amulet. That's another option. I have also tried Hellfire Hellfracture, but the major issue with, now I'll just like try to show you it really quickly. When you do this version of the Hellfracture, the lines fire out from the Hellfracture itself, and they don't tend to do damage to the target in the middle of it. They do damage in between, and at least on controller, there's like no realistic way for you to choose where you'll attack so that the lines will fire between the Hellfractures so that they both overlap with the target and you get this middle damage. And what that basically means is that this thing actually kind of doesn't say anything. That's been my experience. That's why I'm not generally recommending it. If you've had a different experience, I'd love to hear from you. But that's enough of me yapping. Just want to toss this out there again, keeping my ideas going as I'm working through the PTR. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, comment down below what you want to see me test out next. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. And then I just need to take a recording. Hey, thanks, Obsidian. What does this one say? Hell fracture gear over. I almost want to try that. Like drop this, drop this, drop this. Just put on Nameless, run Hemat Stone here, and then run a regular amulet. And then don't deal with any of this nonsense. Pump. I'm gonna try that real quick. So what would that net me? Seen enough nerf Sork. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. So, we put overwhelming here. Gained an aspect slot. I wouldn't have to worry about deeper shadows. Put on a regular ring. No, I don't care. I was like, and then yeah, I'm done with this. I kind of just don't care. I do need Coolian prisms, which sucks the moon out of the sky. Let's get some Coolian prisms.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Nagu. Okay. And please, game. Black and this and damage reduction. This. Way to maintain Abyss Demon. All Abyss builds would feel less clucky. Yeah, there just like isn't. But I'm not too sure what to do with that. Yeah, so like basically what my feedback boils down to is my dog's trying to figure out how I stopped her from being able to get at the delicious innards of her bed, and it's because I just put a layer of cardboard in between. Yes! Good girl, mama. Good girl, baby. Oh, cheese. You like the cheese, mama. Yes. Penny. Oh, that was a lot of cheese. Yeah, that's good, mama. Penny, sit. Good girl, baby. Touch. Yes. Good girl, mama. More cheese. You love cheese. You love cheese. You're a big cheese girl. You love cheese, mama. You do. You do. You love cheese. You're a good cheese. You're a good a cheese. A cheese, baby. That's you. That's little guy. Oh, yeah. No? Okay. Well, you're a good cheese, baby. And now you're done tearing up your bed, and that's nice. Basically, like, how much energy you have to put in to get the most out of these builds, it does not feel rewarding at the end of the day. Okay, let's get some Coolium Prisms so that I can test builds on the PTR. Penny. No. Cut it out, mama. Can you be good for me? You get your bed? Get your bed. What's this? Okay. Get your bed. You know this command. Nope. You gotta do the command I said. Get your bed. Good girl, mom. Girl. Yes. Yeah, that's a big guy. Yeah, go hide it somewhere. Oh. You do with that what you will. Am I going to do Eviscerate someday? Yeah. Eventually. For speed farming, I could probably put, what's it called on here? Rampage. I could just put Bakja on. Like, look at this. Look at how effortlessly I do trillions of damage per hit. None of these monsters are living long enough for me to actually scale damage against them. And then how sweaty I was playing, what's it called? Challenge dungeons on the PTR? Yes. I have not done them. I do not have time for that. I have too many builds to test. Crux of the false prophet.
Your death will be swift.
Cool. I got no little pranksters. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. That's crazy. I forgot that I like use these gear pieces for multiple setups. So like this is this setup without the utility on my boots that are supposed to be there, and also with a a DR aspect which does not work on this build. And that's just very funny to me.
You know death as intimately as I was created.
Let's do minion, and then we'll swap it into eviscerate. Hopefully that's enough Coolian prisms.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust. Bring
Okay.
me a challenge next time.
Okay. So, Agrom. Agrom should be less stupid. Apotheosis is a thing we can use. Okay. We got superiority. Excuse me. So dominance gen. Okay. That's how I think, apparently. Let's look at my current minion build. Lucian, Seed of Horizon, Eye of Baal, Malicious, Bindings of Attrition. We won't use Bindings of Attrition. We'll probably do Temerity, honestly. Sadistic on an Amulet. Sadistic on an Amulet is going to be so fucking crazy, actually. Yeah. Okay. Agrom Schism. Of course, I have a bad Agrom Schism. I have an okay Seed of Horizon. Alright, so we have an okay Seed of Horizon. Baal. have an okay Eye of Baal. Hmm. Crown of Lucian is fine. Do we fit bombardment? No. These are pretty good gloves, right? Need a better Agrom Schism. Create a loot filter. Add rule. Item type match. Show. Chest. Idol. Equipment. Grant all uniques. Grant all uniques. Grant all uniques. Grant all uniques. Grant all uniques.
That will come in handy.
Ooh. How are those getting in? Maximum resources, not bad here. I can roll that to maximum resource. Okay. A main hand. A sword? Yeah, it's just a regular sword, right? And then I need dose rings. Sword.
It's worth a little. An excellent pull, my friend. Fate smiles.
Oot.
You know where to find me.
Craft on the sword. I would like to add a defensive. I would like to focus reroll a defensive. Life on hit actually isn't crazy here. I would like to add a defensive. And I would like to add core stat. I'd like to focus reroll that core stat. Sure. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I need 2 rings.
Hey, nice. And it's worth something. Not
Wow.
much, but something.
So
We
just
were
nothing.
getting warmed up. You're terrible. Nice. And damn. They can't all be winners, can they? Care for a game of chance? Hey, damn. And nice.
Da 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 da.
Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
We can't keep getting away with this, boys.
I'll be here, swinging.
Oh, look what the tide washed up. It's a legendary, a legendary prize. It's worth something. Not much, but something.
Like not a single usable one? That seems wrong. That seems wrong, don't it?
And hey, well, terrible. A legendary prize for the mainlander. Oh, finished so soon?
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
Obols. Let's clear out all this trash on the ground. Save. Equip. Eat. Good. 251. $186. 310. 345. Oh. Bum. My dog really said, "Who's out there?" She said, "Who's out there?" I said, "Nobody's out there, Mama." She said, "Who's out there?" And she just started screaming.
Off we go again.
What up, back? How strong is the Warlock so far? We have multiple builds that'll do 150. If nothing else changes, which I assume a lot of things will change, but some fairly strong builds. General Blund, thank you for the follow.
It's an yeah. A legend. Oh, sorry. Try
How we doing?
again. Oh, finished so soon?
Taken apart, melted down.
No. An X. It's terrible. Hey.
Don't know how you got here, but you seem like a nice person. I got raided today by Miku, Aoi, and Acid Flare. Maybe you got dropped off by one of them. But thank you. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. You know, at the end of the day, does it matter how any of us got here? Isn't that the beauty? Twitch.tv.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
Am I on hardcore or softcore? This is the PTR. And I test on softcore. I also play on softcore, but I test on softcore for sure. Class am I playing? The Warlock. This is the Warlock. The Warlock is a very cool class, as far as I'm concerned. Let's remove resource here. Let's try add a hit. That's great. 10 out of 10. Would equip again. We roll this for crit multi. I would like a higher roll on crit multi if I can manage it. The first one I see that, like, isn't good. Bada bing, bada boom, we are rewarded. What pit do you do on 2-person? I don't play with other people, typically. Hi, beautiful. What are we doing? You're looking at me very expectantly. But I don't know what you expect of me. I've also noticed that, interestingly, dogs have a very good sense of routine, but One, I don't know how that's possible when they, like, sleep. So they must have a general idea of, like, what time it is based on how much sun they see? Like, how does a dog know what time it is if they know that someone typically comes home around a certain time? But she knows somewhere around this time, my girlfriend typically comes home, which means she gets to go outside and, like, do stuff. But I don't know how she knows that. You know what I mean? Crit multi is nice. So we would re-roll fire damage to attack speed or life. That's fine. Okay. Know this by the general scent level in the room of the person, so if it's at 100% when the person is there and 30% when they come home, they remember that. That would actually be pretty cool. The dog scent thing, that makes more sense than most things do to me. What else do I need to roll here? Max resource. What is, baby? What is? What is? What is happening in your brain right now? Attack speed, we can roll off attack speed here. Okay. And then let's I'm actually gonna go with maximum life there.
It's been a pleasure.
Weenie boy, weenie boy, boy, nee, 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 nee. We need sadistic up here. Excuse me. Hell yeah, brother. Then we can go into here. Weenie diddy, weenie diddy, weenie diddy, weenie diddy. Widdly dee, widdly dee, wee do dee do dee do dee, dee do dee do dee, wee do dee dee dee. Wee do dee, wee do dee, wee do wee do wee do dee, wee do dee do dee, dee do dee 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 dee. Wee 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 dee. Tweet, tweet, tweety. Probably crit chance. Nice. Cooldown reduction. This one can probably be lucky hit restore. Since first necrovid, maybe best voice. What up, Xeno? Is AFK necro still viable? Sure. Yeah, you can do an AFK necro. Necro minions are a lot different nowadays, and you are rewarded for clicking the buttons more than ever. But yes, you can absolutely make an AFK minion build. How smooth? Significantly. Significantly less clunky. The Blazing Screen build in particular is just kind of like butter. Yeah, if you were like really turned off from the Warlock when it released, I would highly, highly recommend giving it a shot this season, depending on what happens post BTR. Very powerful builds. A lot of things just feel a lot better. Here we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Nice. Okay. Masterwork this gear. Nice. Ooh. My dog always looks like she recently uh um I forget what I was even talking about. My dog perpetually looks like, you can't see her, but the way she lies down like she recently got hit by a car. That's the only way I could describe it. She looks like very recently a car just struck her. And she's very upset about that. And I would be upset about that too, for all things considered. Demon. Sure, it could be remorseless, why not? Doot 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 doot. Okay. So boop 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 boop. Great. 1, 2, 2, 3. 4. Five. Skill ranks there kind of really don't matter, but that's okay. So skill assignment should be boop, boop, my sigil. Actually, tortured wretch. That, my sigil. Yes. Okay. Then Paragon. Paragono. Demonology. That makes sense. Fathomless. Vanguard. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Vanguard. Demonic spicules. That is Wrath. Superiority. Go boop, 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 boop. Dynamism. This will be Unbound. Dominion. Okay. Dominion. Dominion's nice. Echo's Dominion. Out on willpower and intelligence and strength. So you need like an all stats roll on a charm would help. Hi, beautiful. Yes, baby. Hello. Yes, you're very beautiful. I know. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. What's that? Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. You are top notch. You're a beautiful, lovely lady. But here's the thing, mama. Just a crow outside. How's Hell Fracture? We finished it up. It's okay. It'll run like 130. That's like fine. Talisman. Talisman's pretty important. I was sitting here like... Now why am I doing no damage? Versus, what's this one? Oh, that's Golden Epiphany. Okay. And then, what, 2-piece Mephis? I was like, huh, I'm really doing dick all nothing for damage here. Are they going to let Warlock keep the insane Splinter? Oh, I doubt that, dude.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Time to re-roll set charms. Re-rolling set charms. We need to roll these set charms until they say demonology. Good enough. Another re-rolling set charm. that one's kind of good enough, but not really. Oh, set charm. The difference between a good set charm and a bad set charm has really gone through the roof with the addition of fucking nearly 4k resistance on a charm. That's probably too much. I don't think that these rolls should be so high. And I don't really care, and I don't really care, and it's way too fucking much. Toasty. I would also take a GA all stats roll. I got enough. Oh, I can't even. Nice. That was a high enough all stats roll. I probably should have just taken it, to be honest. Oh, this is the worst. Good enough. This is the worst. Nobody likes this. 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 Tried Doom already? I have not. I have done Hell Fracture and Blazing Scream. We're getting there. 26.
Like the good luck, mainlander.
Nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. So we should set a baseline without, what's it called? Because that'll be cray. Maximum life, sure. And DR. Sure. Oh yeah, buddy, we are slow boys. Slow boys. Nagu. Okay. And Igni. We are very tanky. Yeah, this looks goot. Oh, let's go give it a shot. Let's see, what, 120? Start with the 120, call it a day. Fuck Warlock, stop shilling? Ah, dog. I only shill. What are you talking about? Stop shilling. Do you know who I am? release of the Witch Doctor. I'll be honest with you, if they release Witch Doctor at BlizzCon, I'm finding a new game, dog. Why? I think the Witch Doctor's lame as hell. I know people like it. But at least the Witch Doctor in Diablo 3 was just a silly mess. I also don't like the Paladin though, so like, you know, don't take me too seriously, I would say. Bro, I wish I could chill harder. One day I'll figure out. Perfect plan for chilling harder though. I wonder what Apotheosis would equal as a damage increase. Because we could fit Apotheosis on here for sure. Okay, so 6 minutes for the 120. It's not bad, considering this is a build with no mobility. 6 minutes for the 120. It's not bad. 125? Maybe. Okay, just barely. So the whole point of this is to basically level set for without the black soulstone, so that we have that data point. And then I'm going to put on the black soulstone. And then we're going to see what happens here. We're going to run by these guys because they're reprisal. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll take that.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Although I do think that the Witch Doctor has like a pretty big. Big is a weird oxymoron to use with cult following. I think that's a pretty fair representation of it. Who's that? Is that Mama? She home? No, it's not 6 o'clock, baby. Is it? Is that her? Somebody else. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mama. That's not her. I know. I know you wanted to. I know. I know you wish I would come play with you. You wish I would go do a thing, but I can't, baby. I have to work. Now, tomorrow, since it's just going to be me and you here, I'm probably going to take you out, I don't know, maybe even like an hour ago. Really mess up your schedule, you know? I don't even know what I do to my controller, but I sure do just ruin this thing. Oh, you know what's something I never figured out? The damage of the other minions. So the other guys from the Horizon's Chain set almost certainly do like a non-0%, like a non-0% of our total overall damage. But what I don't know is if their damage is increased with skill ranks. Or if it's the skill rank of the demon that summons them. Oh, I guess I could look at my max resource? No, that doesn't quite make sense, right? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You might have an appearance at BlizzCon. I'm going to be streaming from BlizzCon, yeah. I have some streamer spot at BlizzCon. Oh, did the Diablo podcast episode come out? Like every time I'm on the Diablo podcast with Xanth, I get asked earlier that day, "Hey, are you busy?" And then I say, "Nah, it's all set. Let's go." I wonder if I even need Undying, or if my life on kill is like more than enough here. With Sadistic. Right. Need a pack. Yeah. Yeah, big stretches. You know, Mama. She'll be home very soon. Say what I do? Yeah, I'd love to see you. Yeah, I assume everybody who's watching is going to be at BlizzCon, right? And you're all gonna only like show up and make me feel like I'm anybody. Oh, we're over here with the boss. That's what's happening. I do like how just hilariously unkillable we are, considering I'm also, like, permanently spamming and burning. I'm just standing in Earthquake and in, Souls or whatever. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now I'm taking damage. A little too much damage. Nice. Can the Earthquake stop or... There we go. Alright, so that's a 125 with some time left over. How much time left over? About 3 minutes. 125, minion lock. 3 men left. No soul stone. Okay, so now let's put in the soul stone and let's see what happens. Hey, thank you very much, Clover. That's kind of you to say. Okay, so let's put in the black soul stone. Maximum life DR or the attack speed. Well, it's either maximum life or DR. Let's go with the DR first. Let's get that same 125 just to kind of see what it looks like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I get up to 400 plus demons. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, the damage is too high. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is losing 40% DR, burning myself continuously, and getting up to 400, which is 3x damage taken. Straight to the dome piece. Bet you my bombardment is doing like manageable damage at max stacks on this. I kept the 40% maximum life because that translates to damage, but you would absolutely want 40% damage reduction over 40% maximum life, typically. Ooh. Alright, so I probably can't just stand in everything now. Yeah, Black Soulstone isn't even going to vaguely see release like this. They would at least need to like triple the damage taken value, I think, at least. Maybe something that insane. Ooh. $36 trillion on a single hit. That's just one of them. Uh-oh. 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 So we then do it in 10 minutes. Pretty good. Okay. 125 minion. 10 min left. Soulstone. So before it took us 12 minutes to clear that. This time it took us 5 minutes. So we're 2.5 times faster. Not bad. Let's see where it tops out. Probably like 135? If we can survive. I swapped out to the damage reduction option because we were taking damage there. There we go. There's my other guys. Oh, damage is a lot. Where are my boys? Here we go. Hmm. Something felt very off there. Let's try that one more again. Well, we can face tank that, so that's pretty good. Drop an extra one just in case. Oh my Christ, please. $123 trillions. That's a good one. I wish this would let me go. Wow, that sucks, the moon out of this guy. Applesauce. Backpack where he keeps his applesauce. Mom's got the applesauce that you crave. Everybody catches Juicy John's wave. You should be home soon, Mama. I know. I know, baby. Upside of having a pit bull is that they're like so emotive, and when they are happy, they are just like so happy, and you just you feel the love of your dog in like a very palpable way. The downside of a pit bull is that they are incredibly emotive, and if they are even slightly bored, you feel like the most like neglectful owner on the planet as they sit in a room surrounded by their favorite toys on a beautifully luscious bed with a window that they can peruse the outside from anytime they want with infinite treats and food. How's her reactivity? She's getting better and better about like not just immediately pouncing on other dogs. She wants to play. She's a baby. And she luckily we have a group of like older Rottweilers in our friend group that all have been trained by like a successive lineage of having older Rottweilers around. So they're learning to... She's learning to be corrected by dogs and responding better to when a dog corrects her. But she is very, very smart and easily bored. She has like one thing that she wants to be playing with perpetually, which is her cheese. Like these like hardened dried yak cheese sticks. She's like, actually the only thing that would make me happy in this moment is if we were playing with that currently. And I'm like, okay, so here's the only problem, Mama. We can't only play with your yak cheese because the only thing you like to do with your yak cheese is be chased. And she's like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, but not only do you suck at being, like, you're just bad at getting chased, but all you want to do is get chased around the kitchen table in a circle. And she's like, yep, I've yet to hear a problem. And I'm like, okay, so hear me out. What if the game is I have to very slowly follow you around a table? She's like, absolutely. Sign me up. I'm like, no, you don't. You're not listening. She's like, yeah, clearly there's a misunderstanding here, so let's walk through it again. I'm like, okay. You only like to play with this cheese. And she's like, yeah, sure. And the only way you like to play with it is if we just very slowly walk around a kitchen table because you're bad at being chased. And she's like, absolutely, yep, 100%. So we are exactly on board. You fully understand what I'm going for. And I'm like, yeah, but that sucks. You're like, why would that suck? What's wrong with that? He goes, so that's not... I'm also an animal with an attention span. And she's like, yep, for sure. Like, okay, so you get... You know how you don't want to play any of the games that you think are boring? And she's like, yeah, why would I? They're boring games. I go, uh-huh, okay. Are you following me? He's like, absolutely not. I'm actually more lost than when we started. So are you going to follow me with the cheese, or what's the deal? And then I scream. And then I scream into the abyss. Hungry. Nobody knows what that means, buddy. If you're going to be an edgelord, you have to be an edgelord in a way that we understand. We talked about this. We talked about this, Bub Bub. Hi, beautiful. And welcome home. I was just explaining how the only game she would like to be playing at any time is run around while I have the yak cheese in my mouth. And why she doesn't understand that that's not necessarily the most engaging game for others. Like, I have the cheese. You follow me. I don't see the problem. I'm like, yeah, but okay, so you know how you don't find anything else interesting? Yeah, because they're boring. I'm like, okay. So we're getting somewhere. So you get it. He's like, yeah, for sure. Is yak cheese. Is yak cheese. It's like 100% totally here with you. Not even a problem. Yeah, I'll grab the cheese. Sooner? Is it a sooner problem? Is that like the... Is that it takes it... Getting kind of like a sooner vibe here. I need like a single pack of just trash. Do you know Sork is testing Necro? What? I don't think any of the MacroBioBois are streaming right now. They are all busy doing real life stuff for Necro. Okay. So you know how, and hear me out here, these elite monsters all spawn next to me here? I wish that didn't happen instead. Here we go. Okay, so 135. 135 with Soulstone, same amount of time, basically. with, sorry, hold on, I'm collecting data. 3 minutes left on 6 out of 10 gear. Figures. Very good. Uses temerity plus undying tech to survive. To survive Evar meta would probably drop undying with sadistic, not sadistic, what is it called? Yeah, it's sadistic with on an amulet and the life on kill. Same build with black soulstone. Does 125 in 5 minutes, which is 400 procs before it falls off. Still unkillable. Same build with soulstone. Does 135 with 3 left. Only singular mobility option seems to be oops. Okay. So this was 135 minions, 3 men left with soulstone. Not that that's going to see real world play, but I'll be getting to Necro probably during the weekend. We're actually moving pretty fast now. We already tested 2 builds today as opposed to just a single build yesterday. I'm going to go grab some food. And I'm going to say hi to my girlfriend. And I'm going to get some Mephisto footage. And then we'll cover this build. This build is just good. I think it tops out at like 130. And that's without Soulstone shenanigans. So it's like, is there much to test on Necro? Bug fixes and output with the splinters to get baselines. We have to create tier lists and get relative power scaling of builds and figure out what things can afford to run what. Also with the Black Soulstone, there's a world where like Singularity Mages with the bone setup gets even stronger because you basically kill off your bone mages multiple times per second. So that might end up being like a 100% damage multi, something like that, you know? Depends. I also don't think Soulstone sees play in the way that it's currently set up, but we'll figure that out. So I will, first off, I'll toss the music back on, sorry. I'll run ads now so not interrupted later. And I gotta go give love to my girlfriend because she's going away for the weekend. I'll be right there. Don't you run away. I will be right back. She's right outside, I gotta catch her. What can you look at? You can look at this. That's a thing. Sure, why not? This. Andy baby. Andy baby. Andy baby. Take your toy. Where's your toy? Where's your dinosaur? Who's this? Yeah, get him. 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 I seem to have too many leveling points. The skill tree progression doesn't have enough points in it. Do you have an updated guide? The leveling guide absolutely has the correct number of points. Can you help me to better understand what we might be looking at? Cut it up. Cut. So, go on, get it.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Pre-drip, thank you very much for
Or a
the
real
new
one.
sub. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am. Leveling, Warlock. Let's see. Leveling, Warlock. Blazing Scream. So we're looking at the skill tree. Okay. Which part of the skill tree are you on? At Ultimate and more. Okay. Did you go to the next step? How would you accomplish this? Oh, are you leveling like an alt? It's your first time leveling. Okay. So if you aren't high enough level to pick this variant, but you have more skill points. I get. You're level 25. How many unspent skill points do you have? No. No, my question is, how many unspent skill points do you currently have on your character? At level 25, you have 1 unspent point. Put it into Blazing Scream. Okay. Yeah, I would put them in Blazing Scream. Do you have an unspent point from taking the point out of meat shields? I'm a little bit confused. I would just say, just put the points into Blazing Scream. And then when you do have the variants unlocked, just recheck your skill tree. Yeah. No problem, man. Boys, it is hot in my room. I didn't realize how fucking hot it was. Also, I have a pack of just the pink Starburst. Can I say? Starburst, fuck. I now understand the problem. Okay. This is just swapped one step early. Tried some build hoping for a Giga DPS, but got nothing. It was mage build with resource stacking and mage. It does. So Tom. Mages aren't weak. Using Selig and Requiem are a trap. Is the, like, real takeaway. You leaving now? Okay, hold on. So if you run a minion build with like the base amount of additional mana that you get, so essence that you typically get up to around like 200-ish without like overly investing in them. Sorry, hold on. So that's 200. Okay, hold on. That means that if you were to generate 200 every time that you were to cast your mage, they'd be getting a 600% damage multiplier. A 600% damage multiplier is multiplying your damage by 7. So you have 1400? Okay. 1400, right? So 43x multiplier. So with that much maximum resource, right, you're increasing your damage by 6x. Now, keep in mind, Bone Mages right now can already do like 138 in the pit, and that's before any multipliers from this upcoming season. It's not 3,000 multiplicative. Like, it's not 3,000 times your damage. If you have 1,400 maximum resource, the multiplier that you get is 4,200%. 4,200% as a multiplier is 1 plus 4,200 divided by 100. That's how you get to 43 times damage. And the difference between this number and the base amount of resource that the build would typically get up to is about 6 times more damage. Now, that requires you to use 2 different items that you would normally use. Oh, are you also using Torment Aspect? So is it like you have an amulet with, you have Selig, a ring with Requiem, and a ring with Torment? Selig as a charm. Okay. Can you just tell me what aspects are on your jewelry? Is it like Requiem on your amulet? No resources to craft aspect on an amulet? Crafting an aspect on the amulet wouldn't matter. I'm just asking you what aspects you have on your jewelry. Okay, so you have Requiem and Torment, right? So you could normally have 2 more offensive aspects on your character, and also you would have a charm that you would typically run in your charms. So this setup is getting you about 6 times the amount of damage you would typically get. Hold on. If we were to go look at my Singularity mages, right? If you're not using Blood Mad, I guess you wouldn't be using Redirected Force. Let's call it a 60% multiplier. So Torment required you to drop at least a 60% damage multiplier. Requiem on your amulet. let's just go with another 60% multiplier, which would be a 1.95. And then your charm could be a 60% multiplier. It could just be Blood Mad Idol. Blood Mad as a charm, like 2x damage. So to be able to run Selig as a charm, and to fit Requiem on your amulet, and to run Torment on your ring, if you just did not do those things and just filled those slots with 60% multipliers, you would come out net even. Doing this setup, if this person, if I only get 200 maximum resource, I actually get 226, which makes this a 7.78. This is not shitting on you. That setup makes the build do less damage than not doing that. Now, the upside can be immortality for sure, but you actually did not make the build do more damage. You made the build do less damage. The big thing about the 3% increased damage is that just a normal investment in it is already so much damage that putting in more after that has severely diminishing returns. For sure. I just wanted to help contextualize the conclusion you came to. The mages don't do insignificant damage. The build is not weak. You changed a function of the build to gain a lot of survivability at the cost of damage. What a bacteria. For sure will be nerfed. Oh, they'll almost certainly be balanced, for sure. I think if anybody is like overly representing its power with the Black Soul Stone, you should take that with the grain of salt, because the Black Soul Stone is not going to see live in the way that it currently is, but I'm not sure that everybody properly represents the power of builds. Okay. They are changing it in DMs. I bet it sees live. They have not said that, but I'm promising you it does not see live. It's just not, dude. It's not even vaguely going to see live like this. It may carry the damage, but it's going to, like, triple the damage that you take. Testing my Oops All Demons Agron build was actually easier than the Testing my Oops All Agroms build was actually easier than the preceding two builds put together. This is doing very well in the PTR. I have some data to talk about, not only with, but also without the Black Soulstone Splinter, which is not going to see live in its current form. There's no way, but we'll go ahead and talk about that as well. If you really liked the minion build, you like the fact that Agrum walked around just punking people, it feels better than ever, and I want to go ahead and talk about that build, again, in the same format as my previous two videos, where I kind of just spit a bunch of stuff at you and let me know where my head is. But let's go ahead and roll some gameplay footage, and let's talk. Fuck. Yeah, that'll make it in. I also realized I didn't go and get the footage that I wanted, so hold on. Let's go kill Mephisto. Selig Warlock meta? No. Why would we equip the Selig? There's nothing to currently abuse on Leorc. Oh, people found a way to make Leorc work in a way that it's not really like meant to be working. I thought I could just face tank that, but apparently it's too much damage. What builds do 150? I'm not sure yet. This is my third build I'm testing. But yeah, the Warlock shouldn't be using Leoric at all. I would not expect Leoric to work with the Splinters at all. I'm live.
You impetuous fool!
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know you could do that.
You have no power, no control. Strike at me all you wish.
What is happening?
Flesh means nothing. I am eternal.
Oh, I forgot that demon form drops. There we go. Get out of here. Alright. So there we go. a T12 Mephisto, Agrom, Warlock. I'm happy to report that the Minion Warlock build, where Agrom just kind of walks around spitting out lesser demons and absolutely crushing people's faces, is just as strong, and if not stronger, in the Season 15 PTR. This is probably a build that saw the least amount of, like, powerful upgrades to its kit, but the changes that were made to a lot of different things that you would be using on the kit have in fact gotten stronger, but not in the ways that you would typically directly translate to power, but absolutely can be felt on the back end. Like my previous videos, it's going to be a little bit more of a stream of thought as I just talk to you about the things that I'm seeing on the build, and most notably so I can remind myself later when I'm updating the build guide post-PTR patch notes. Let's go ahead and talk about it though. I got some gameplay footage for you. Crushes T12 Mephisto without having to take any damage. Can do a 135 in the pit, and at this point I think it's a fairly solid build for any Warlock enjoyer. Now, luckily for people who have come to understand that there are some overtuned splinters, cough cough the Black Soul Stone, that are probably making some builds wildly overperform. But for you, I got data not only with, but without the Black Soul Stone, so that we can get a real idea of what we should expect from it. The build in its current format with gear that I can only call as we found this at home Temu edition is already able to do a 125 with time left over. This build will realistically do a 130 in the This build would realistically do a 130, and then with perfect gear on it could probably push 133, maybe 134. With the Black Soulstone equipped to this character, I went from doing 125 with 3 minutes left over to doing a 135 in 5 minutes. It's absolutely banana. This build with the Black Soulstone went from doing a 125 with 3 minutes left over to doing a 135 with 3 minutes left over. That means with the same amount of additional push on this build, it would realistically get up to 140. Now, I do not assume that the Black Soulstone will see it to live in its current format. But I am happy to say that unlike other builds where you actually have to find some way to be able to manage the insane amount of increased damage that you take with this thing, you actually end up taking 3x the total amount of damage you normally would. The Minion Warlock is still just as unkillable as it always was. Tortured Wretch is absolutely insane. We actually spawn even more of them for free than we ever did before. And then you toss on the additional benefits of the other soul stones, and we easily reach crit cap, we easily reach attack speed cap, and we get a huge amount of either additional maximum life for more damage scaling or additional damage reduction to make sure you really can't die no matter what. This version of the build is completely built around the Legion Shard and the Spawn Fragment. This makes your Agrom do more damage. It also makes it so that they continuously spawn these little lesser demons, and then when you click this button, they all explode. Not only that, though, all of your lesser demons explode, and they all explode for like 2 times Agrom's damage. This scales with everything that says scales Agrom's damage, and that's why things like Agrom Schism is just so insanely powerful. Now, there was one change to the build, which was the fact that Metamorphosis will now make you burn regardless of what skills you use, so we did have to find a way to be able to offset that. We went with the tried and true Temerity to be able to offset it with Barrier Generation. I'm currently using Undying on boots to be able to handle that, but the sadistic aspect on your amulet makes it so that killing a demon counts as killing 1.75 demons on average, but not only that, your life on kill is increased by your maximum life. And considering we are constantly killing tons and tons and tons of demons per second, these all trigger life on kill. That's why the life on kill stat on the Warlock is so much lower than on other classes. Since life on kill counts for healing for Temerity, this is continuously generating hundreds and thousands of barrier per second just from that, ignoring life on hit and ignoring Undying. So this build is truly, truly unkillable, regardless of the circumstance. Everything else on the build is just there to be able to trigger greater demon summons more often for free, to be able to stand in Tortured Wretch to be completely unkillable, and to maximize the amount of damage that we're doing with Agrom. To that end, Crown of Lucian obviously makes its appearance here. Nagu plus K, since we permanently have tons and tons of demons, is a huge amount of additional bonus barrier. You would like as many survivability stats on your gear as possible, and you would like plus to demonology ranks if you could manage to get it. Agrom Schism is obviously the next. Agrom Schism is the air marked unique for this build. The only interesting stat on here is that you would like to get maximum resource on your chest, because the survivability stats on it are always good, but that maximum resource will help to scale Horizon's. But that maximum resource will help to scale your damage from Seed of Horizon. You'll see that on my current build, I sit at just around 200 Wrath, which makes this roughly, what is this, like, I mean, it's straight up nearly a 200% damage multiplier. It's a 194 to be more specific. We run Igni Lack here. Igni Lack is going to get you a huge amount of additional damage reduction from Challenging Shout. Now that being said, the build does suffer from a lack of mobility. You'll often see me recommend the Waning World boots here. I just need to make sure whether or not you can survive without undying. Then I'm probably going to put that back on here. But what you could also fit is Bach plus Jaw, so you can get a teleport to actually have mobility. There are a smattering of different aspects you can use on the build. Demonic is certainly one of them. We want to hit crit cap. We want to have as much attack speed as possible because that does make your minions attack faster. And then other than that, we want crit multi, vulnerable multi, and physical damage multi. You'll notice that I haven't even... Sorry, my dog is here. You'll notice that I haven't even retempered this from when I was trying out the Hell Fracture build. So technically speaking, this build is missing a solid 60 plus additive damage here. Hey. Get down. Don't do that. Like I said, Temerity is going to find its way onto the build. This is how you generate a ton of barrier to be able to offset the burning. Now, you could also be running a damage reduction aspect here, either the Demon Form one to get 20% DR and 15% as you take fire damage, but I do think the barrier gen here is just a little bit too hard to pass up. For the boots, the only thing that you really need to worry about is movement speed and resource regeneration. You are permanently spamming Command Fallen. You basically just keep up your benefits from Crown of Lucian, and then you are spamming Command Fallen to make sure you are at 100% Wrath as often as possible. But this does help to keep it up there a little bit easier as you are using Command Fallen. Malicious on the weapon. The weapon, I put a life on hit roll. We need this to be able to survive on Blazing Scream, which is where I took my tech from, the Temerity and the Undying. That being said, we probably don't need this life on hit roll, so this could be another crit damage multiplier that I don't currently have on the build. We're going to be using Malicious. We're in demon form all the time. We are constantly surrounded by enough demons to max this out. So that's a 90% damage multi, which is really nice. Seed of Horizon, like I picked out, you would want to say crit damage, vuln damage, physical damage. The demonology skill ranks are obviously very good. And then we would, again, want to Coolian Prism on your sadistic aspect here. You can put it on the boots. It's much better here. Remember that basically the name of the game is that as you kill off lesser demons, you're able to cast greater demon skills for free, not eating dominance. This is really important because we get a huge multiplier from our maximum dominance. I've put in the Splinter that gets you increased attack speed, increased crit chance, but increases your primary resource costs. We don't worry about our resource costs at all. Even with Crown of Lucian here, we're able to spam this all the time. So we permanently are at maximum resource. The resource cost doesn't matter. We constantly get this back. For one of the rings, you can use Crushing. We're going to be fortified all the time, so it's an easy 65% damage multiplier. Crit chance, attack speed, crit multi. I went with cooldown reduction. One of the cool things to understand about Command Agrom is that this is predominantly where the vast majority of your damage comes from, because each one of these lesser demons explodes for double the damage of Agrom. Oh my god, I just realized I'm using the wrong... I'm using the wrong Sigil of Summons. That's funny. Oh wow, this build could be doing significantly more damage. Well, that's fine. That's the point of editing, right? But having some cooldown reduction on the build does make it so that you are able to cast this as often as possible. Since we have Agrom Schism giving us 2 Agroms, not only can we cast this twice in the same duration, but they also double the rate at which they generate these demons. So if you could be blowing up these demons every single time you were at max demons, that is actually the maximum damage output that you could get. So a little bit of cooldown reduction is required to actually be able to hit that. You'll see that even here, I'm very slightly behind. I have all my demons up before I'm able to pop them. So even more cooldown reduction than what I currently have is probably ideal. You'll see that I'm running the damage reduction with minus movement speed. Now, there is an alternative shard that you could be using, which is maximum life. The thing here is that it will both, yes, increase your survivability, right? Because we'll go up to, what is this? 71,000, nearly 72,000. But that's not the same as just gaining 40% more damage reduction. It does come along with barrier, so it has a double value there. The triple value, the triple dip at this point, is that we also gain damage per 1,000 life that we have over our maximum, or over our base life, from Metamorphosis. So this would be more damage, it would be more barrier, it would also be more health to heal through with Fortify. This is just straight up more damage reduction though, so that'll probably see, like, this would be used on pushing, this would be used for people who want to more AFK the build. Secondary ring, all same stats, crit chance if you need it, attack speed if you need it, crit, vuln, physical damage. And then we put on Remorseless here, we're killing demons all the time, easy 60% multi. This is the soul shard that won't be seeing live. Almost certainly this is going to change in some way, but killing enemies grants you 5% increased damage and 0.5% increased damage taken. Killing off your demons counts as getting these stacks. So you see, as I am continuously killing off demons, you'll notice that I'm able to kill quite a few of these every second. Let's see what I can get up to here without any monsters to trigger stuff off of. Hold on. And by the end there, I was just shy of 300 stacks. In the heat of battle, I'm closer to 400 stacks, meaning that this is a, what is that, a 21 times damage multiplier, 21x, that's 2,100% damage. And then I'm also taking 3 times the amount of damage, or 200% more damage, at the end of the total 15 seconds. Almost certainly this will be changed to either vastly increase the amount of damage that you take with it, so it is legitimately a Kiss Curse. Right now, we're kind of just laughing at this thing because the build is just completely unkillable with Tortured Wretch. Tortured Wretch absorbs 30% of your maximum life as incoming damage instead of you taking it, and you can have 5 of these out simultaneously. So this absorbs up to 150% of your maximum life before it even touches you. This is hilariously nothing at all for this build, even though we are permanently burning ourselves with Metamorphosis. It's actually kind of ridiculous. If they do nerf this into the ground, you would end up just running the 40% damage reduction and then be literally unkillable, but again. Last but not least, you have Eye of Baal. Eye of Baal can roll crit chance on it, which is really nice for the build. And then it's just a huge damage scaler. This requires you to be clicking this button as often as you could. That's why we also care about cooldown again. For a talisman setup, I'm going with a 2 talisman setup, going with the 4-piece for Horizon set. Lalish here not only executes, but also applies vulnerable. That's how we get it. We get 10% increased damage from greater demons. We would have 5 tortured wretches out simultaneously, and then after summoning Agrom as another 5. So this is a 100% increased damage from this 2-set bonus. We get an absolutely insane amount. What is this? 42.5% damage reduction from our Soul Shard demons, and then a 3x multi in total damage. On top of that, Soul Shard costs are reduced. That doesn't really matter with Agrom at all, but it's, you know, it's nice. It's cool. It's cool that that happens. The other set that we're running is Mephis Fulcrum. Mephis Fulcrum basically just says you do 3x damage the moment that you hit a target with a demon. And then on top of that, you send 2% of your damage to all of your active demons. And we have a lot of active demons all the time. So not only do monsters hit our demons instead of us, but if they do hit us, the damage goes to our demons anyways. The big thing for the skill tree is that, you know, Command Fallen, obviously, Bombardment, obviously, they do an amount of damage. Like, they're doing, like, billions of damage while we're hitting for trillions and trillions of damage with Agron. So it's not nothing. Like, you are contributing a little bit. Obviously, Tortured Wretch with Punching Bag, absolutely insane. And then I just realized I was using the wrong Sigil of Summons. I was using Hellworm. Hellworm does count as another greater demon, which is pretty nice. Another greater demon does mean that we increase that bonus from 100% to 110%. But what I should be using is Feeding Frenzy. Feeding Frenzy makes it so that we spawn, how many is it? 5. It's a total of 5 additional lesser demons. The thing is, though, that those 5 additional lesser demons count as lesser demons for Agrom. So Agrom will actually eat the lesser demons from this as well. And funnily enough, killing all of your demons in this sigil powers the sigil, meaning that it spawns more lesser demons. So you spawn more lesser demons from the sigil. You then pop those lesser demons with your Agrom, which summons lesser demons from the sigil. It's actually a pretty marked improvement on the damage of this build. I think it's something like a 30% increase to damage, and I just kind of forgot about that. So that's cool. The build's even stronger than what I just showed you. Paragon is fairly similar to what we're currently running with. Demonologist in the main board. We have Vanguard up here with Fathomless. Over into Demonic Spicules, we're using Superiority. Superiority is a new glyph. It's a magic bonus node, so it helps you to get more Maximum Wrath for your Seat of Horrors on. And then in addition to that, it gets you Intelligence and Strength, which you need to hit all of your extra node bonuses. In the last boards over here, you'll see I'm still actually a little bit off from all of my bonuses here, so the build should be even stronger than that. Gives you damage reduction, gives you dominance generation as well, which is really, really nice. Dynamism, this is why we care so much about dominance. 3% damage per dominance that we have. We have 61. This is a 183 or a 2.83 multiplier from a Paragon node. Absolutely bananas level insane. We're able to put Unbound here, which gets us even more dominance from these magic nodes. And then the last board here, this is Dominion. Dominion gets you even more dominance. You'll see I'm actually missing out on quite a bit of additional bonus here. And then last but not least, we put on Ichor. I probably don't need Ichor. Ichor is really nice because that increase to armor is a pretty marked improvement in survivability. We're currently at 3 million toughness. Without this, we're down to 2.7. That doesn't seem like a lot, but that's actually like a fairly marked improvement in survivability even at this point. So you could probably just be fitting on a bit more damage there. I definitely don't feel like we're ever really dying, but I was trying to be, you know, overly careful, especially with running the Black Soulstone. The build's just good. My only real problems with the build is that the AI on Agrom is still a little bit funky. It will absolutely make sure to target elite monsters, but it targets elite monsters in its line of vision as opposed to your line of vision. So you could be standing over here, and if they saw a guy over here that's an elite, they'll attack that guy, even if you want them to be over here. So while they're much better, they were attacking a boss as opposed to elite monsters like they used to previously. The major issue is, if you want them to be fighting over here, you still have to use the tech of quite literally running past so that they pop over to you, and then they'll re-aggro. I gave that as some feedback to the developers. I'm not exactly sure what they can or cannot do with that. I would like for their line of vision to be tied to the Warlock as opposed to them themselves, but maybe that's just a little bit too hard at this point. Who knows? But the build feels great. It is just as unkillable as it was last season, even more so now because these soul splinters are just kind of nutty. The increased damage from the Black Soulstone, whatever that ends up being, is really nice. I'm also not doing anything weird like Leoric exploits here, so you know that this is what the build will minimum be able to output, either with or without the Soulstone. So if you were really invested in this build, if you cared about it, I feel like we have a really good understanding of what it's going to look like. So if you want to try this out in the PTR, feel free to do so, and let me know what you think. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you're brand new here, subscribe to the channel, leave a like on the video, and let me know what build you'd hope to let me see. Let me know what build you'd hope to see me test in the PTR before time runs out. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Ava! Ava with the raid. Thank you so much, Ava. Hey, beautiful. Minion lock build guide. My dog is just downstairs alone, and I assume she's destroying everything because she's experiencing separation anxiety because my girlfriend left, so I'm going to go check on her. Also, get ready for me having to be a dog mom for the rest of this week. My girlfriend's going away for the weekend to go see her family. I can't go because I have to play this fucking video game. Because they always do this stuff right when I would be able to go to the beach. I guess not. But I'll be right back. Ava, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in everybody from Ava Stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Warlock and Necromancer class lead. I'm working on the Warlock right now. We are 3 builds in. We did Blazing Screen, Insane Build, Hell Fracture. It's kind of mid. Agrom, literally unkillable and does 135, so you can't really complain. I will be right back. You have all your little favorite shoes right here. Look. That one. They're all here. Absolute Zero, thank you very much for the follow. What's new with the build? This was Minion Warlock. And now... okay. And now, we have to figure out Eviscerate.
Off we go again.
Mama, hey, cut it out. Penny. Penny. Stop. You can't push it. It's not dirt. You can't bury the bone. You're hurting your little nose. Okay. Hi, Mama. Alright, my dog's having a time. Alright, well, now she's depressed. That's good. Okay. Overwrite. Excuse me, rename. Agrom. Alright, so now we need to figure out some stuff. Refund all. And get rid of you.
Honored to help them.
And get rid of you. And take off these. Okay. So. Agrom. Agrom without a shard. Here they are. Here's Agrom. So, the question becomes, this shard. While an enemy is eviscerated, your summoned demons prioritize them and gain 50% increased. Lesser demon skills gain a 5% chance. Does Agrom become a lesser demon skill? He does not. Disable. Make it an elite. Okay. So this is going to be hard to test. Chance to eviscerate. Wasn't there one that used to just say chance to eviscerate? How's it looking so far? It's pretty mid. Probably do like 135-ish. Which is fine by me, but probably not everybody is super stoked about that. Okay. So now we're eviscerating. They're eviscerating. How much do they eviscerate for? Is Ava still here? That's a great question. Nobody from Major Stream really spoke. They just kind of showed up and were beautiful and then they left. So, it's currently eviscerated for 290. Let's see. I go from 290 to 365 to 474 to 479 to 499. And then they died. Don't start. Yeah, mama. Oh, damn. How long have I been muted? That's a great question. Somebody asked, how did you fix the splinter bug? What is the splinter bug? Ever seen this level of TISM in an ARPG? Oh, buddy. I have a degree in microbiology and I was supposed to be a research scientist. You are not prepared for how fucking autistic I'm about to be about these fucking numbers. I'm just also on the spectrum, so what can you do? Here we go. It does feel like how much bleed we get up to is like fairly obviously impacted by the Agrom scaler. Yeah, it has to be. Okay. That makes sense. What I'm trying to figure out is if you could just take the Agrom build and just put Eviscerate on it and send, and like click send. Let's just full send on it. So let's do this real quick.
Honor to help them. We are stronger together.
Okay. And then it's just swap over to this one. And it's swap up to this one. And then we need an Eviscerate skill. So it can either be this, How is the eviscerate damage going down? Shouldn't this always be applying more damage? That doesn't feel great. So let me see this. All of a sudden, I'm taking way too much damage. How is that possible? Oh, Nagu K.
Beautiful, no?
You'd be such a good dev. Maybe. I've worked in software development, at least as part of like QAing it and onboarding people into using the actual software. Had to try. Class lead BioBoi. I never realized how stupid this looked. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? That this world, these people, can be saved? You impetuous fool!
Alright, I'm not gonna... Woody's gonna look at Eviscerate. I think Eviscerate still sucks, but Hellion Sting is probably fine. Yeah. I give up. Me personally, I give up. That doesn't mean that you should give up. But I'm giving up. I don't care. I don't give a fudge. I was at 8 o'clock. Damn, we've already been going for 8 hours. Fuck me, dude. Okay. So, what's next on the docket? You might be asking. Because I have the 3 builds I normally write for. Probably going to do Umbral Chains as well. I could do Bombardment, but like... Woody said he tried Doom and it wasn't great. I'm probably still going to look at it. But I'm trying to prioritize on, like, what are, like, things. And I think laser beams is things. I think laser beams is things. I think laser beams is things. I think we're doing laser beams. And I've never cast laser beams. Never done that. For sure. I've never casted laser beams. It would probably help if I had the things on that I should have on, for sure. Like that ring. You know the ring for this? Laser beams. You know the Profane Sentinel ring? That's a good one. Rather than doing this dumb shit. And, but, pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew.
How's it going?
What up, Gadge? Thank you very much for the 22 months. We are playing laser beams. Pew 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 pew. It's laser beams time. Pew 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 pew. Gem strength on items actually won't be in the game. That's a bug. But yes, that would be new. But that is, in fact, a bug. Pew 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 pew. Okay. It's just the coolest fucking looking skill on the planet, isn't it? It's just the coolest looking shit. Cooling prisms are not there. That is correct. You are not mistaken. Wish they mentioned changes like that. I don't think it was intentional. I think something got missed in a list somewhere. Like, imagine putting in work to be like, hey guys, for the PTR testing, we actually got rid of cooling prisms because fuck you, that's why. Ugh. I really don't want to make a whole new set of gear. I don't think that I have to. No, I just need a different one of these. And a different one of these. Oh, no, you can drop Coolean prisms. Like, they exist in the game. They're just not dropping from rack. Sorry, I'm trying to give real-time feedback to devs because they have limited time for dev work, oddly enough. Well, Bone Mage obviously wouldn't use Bloodless Scream. But yeah, redirected force glins with interdiction on your amulet ended up being very, very strong. And you can always run lidless as a charm. I'm sorry, Bloodless Scream. What up, Matt? You're very welcome, man. I like every PTR because it's fun to test stuff. And I'm mostly excited for everything that we haven't seen for next season. I need to automate resource gen in some way. So it's definitely here. Okay, game. Interesting enough to test. You got me.
From creation, destruction.
Okay, game. Alright, game, now looky here. I don't need none of your dippity doing over here, okay? I don't need none of that. That there dippity dot doing. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't need none of your dip dap going over there. All I need is me. I need a new one of these. I mean, that's better. I don't know what to tell you there, buddy. That's better. Toss that on there. Is it really? Not really. I need a different one of these. I mean, that one's better. I'll roll that to max life. Okay. This with the multi. Where's my doodly boops? Oh, there you go. Dip dop diddly do. You're over here dipping and dopping and doodling, and I need a new seal. Seal of O Phantom. Okay. Fist of Fate don't work for minions? Huh. That would be into. Oh wait, I don't want these. Wait. Where are the other ones? Dip, dap, dip, doodly, diddly, doodly, do. Nathan explosion. Doodly, dop, diddly, dip, dap, diddly, do. Doodle, dop, diddle, dibble, dabble, dobble, dooble. A dabble do ya. A dabble do ya. That's what I always say. Dibble dabble, diddly do. A dabble do ya. I definitely need a different seal. Alright, let's roll seals. Loop filter. This. Go. Fungool. I'm also going to check on my dog, because she's being a little bit quiet in there. Hold on. Boys, I'm gonna have to end stream here. Normally we have 2 people here. My girlfriend's gone for the weekend. And my dog looks just fucking miserable. So I think I'm going to end stream early, spend the time with her my girlfriend normally would today, so that she can kind of transition a little bit. And then tomorrow, just switch up my schedule. But she looks so sad. She looks so sad, and I don't like that, so I don't want her to be sad. She looks sad. Who are we going to rave? Rave? Who are we going to raid? Got your buddy to play? Hell yeah, Matt. Tomorrow we're going to start off with laser beams. I think it's just going to be worse than blazing screen, but I think that's also okay. It's fucking cool that it's laser beams. Pan rated us yesterday. Let's go return the love. Have I seen the unique version? Yeah, you can see all of that on maxroll.gg planner. Just set it to the PTR. X, what is it? X pan. There we go. All right, let's go give the pan some love. Pan rated us yesterday, so let's return the love. I appreciate y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long. Kapkun krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, buona notte, hasta mañana. Tomorrow we're going to be working on laser beam builds. Laser beams. Laser beams. It looks pretty fun. We'll figure it out. But just remember, there's no such thing as left versus right. There's only up versus down. It's the working class against the people in power who have spent an incredible amount of money they could be spending on the welfare of humanity to keep us out of power and to keep us fucking working poor. And you gotta ask yourself, why are they so goddamn invested in you continuing to be poor? There must be in it something for them. I appreciate y'all. Treat yourselves well. Join a union, start a union, get involved in local politics, look out for people in your community, even if you think you have ideological differences. I promise you, there is no faith, creed, sex, religion, no nothing that actually separates humans, because we're all just humans. I love y'all very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.